Let's go around and talk about Marc Guéhi. Move didn't quite happen in the end. How crucial was it that Liverpool, first of all, kept Joe Gomez to make sure they had more defensive cover at the back? But do you feel like that was an area maybe they'll be disappointed that they didn't quite get that deal over the line at the deadline day?
Well, they'd be disappointed because they wanted the player. They didn't get him. But I think there was a lot of talk over the summer, or certainly the last couple of weeks, saying that Marc Guéhi was actually more important than bringing Isak in, which I don't agree with that at all, actually. Liverpool only had one centre-forward, so they needed to buy a striker. That was, there was no doubt about that. Liverpool had to bring a striker in, whether it was Isak or not. Liverpool have numbers at centre-back. It's just whether they have the quality. Now, what Liverpool have had in the last year, and will have now until at least Christmas, is they don't have real competition for the first choice centre-backs in Konaté and Van Dijk. They have two backup players in Joe Gomez and young Leone, the Italian lad who's come in. So they definitely have four centre-backs. That's what most clubs want. In an emergency, I think Gravenberch could play there as well. And Liverpool will just, I think, get to January and try and resurrect the deal for Marc Guéhi. But what Guéhi would have done was have three centre-backs going for two positions and put real competition, certainly for Konaté to play alongside Virgil van Dijk. We understand there's a situation right now with Konaté's contract. Virgil van Dijk's getting older as well. So Liverpool did need a centre-back, but it wasn't as imperative as getting in a striker. That was far more important because there's no way Hugo Ekitike could have led the line for Liverpool alone between now and Christmas.
Well, how surprised were you when Cunha went off that it was Xerxes ahead of Sesko who came on?
I'm not too surprised, actually, because after the whole debacle of him not taking the penalty till later on against Grimsby, and then the rationale coming out of the club after that was he hasn't played 90 minutes since April, he had too much cramp to take penalties, what have you. I wasn't then shocked
Grimsby
that he did start or didn't come on.
Come on, we can't start going on cramp.
That was the line coming out of the club, is that he had too much cramp to take a penalty. I'm just concerned as you are with that one, but I wasn't too shocked. To answer the question, I wasn't shocked that he didn't come on. And I thought Xerxes did well, to be fair. But I hope he starts games coming out of the international break.
I'm surprised with your reaction there about Sesko not coming on and Xerxes did. Only because what we're hearing previously about the manager not really having him, he's not the type of where we're going. We're not really seeing him playing or hit the heights that he has done before. But you can't get away from the £74 million striker. Why is he not coming on? That was a perfect time, right? It was a perfect time to bring him on. I know people say, oh, he's time, he's got to be bedding in. You're at Man United, don't get time. That's obvious. 74 million, just get him on there and get him playing. And the only way the confidence of players are going to grow is by playing games of football. And centre-forwards also is by scoring goals. And if he's off the bench, that's not going to happen anytime soon.
No, I totally agree. I thought if there was ever a time to start a game, it would be Burnley at home, newly promoted side, right, at Old Trafford. And then you're coming out of the international break and you've got two real tough games, City away, Chelsea at home. It's going to be tough. But in watching him, he does look like he's rusty when he's been playing, and he doesn't look like he's got a lot of match rhythm, which is, again, a bit of a concern. Hopefully on the international break, he's going to go over his country, get more minutes under his belt. But I think that Manchester United, we saw it last season with Joshua Xerxes. This guy got taken off after 20 minutes at Christmas because he played against Newcastle, who was playing so poorly. That place can eat you up if you're not ready. And if Benjamin Sesko isn't ready right now, is it worth throwing him in? And then he can't even get started and get going, right? So I do think there has to be an element of player protection, even if you're 70-odd million pounds.
Gianluigi Donnarumma. Great goalkeeper, one of the best in the world, no doubt about it. But we know Pep Guardiola likes his goalkeepers playing with his feet. Do you think that will work for Manchester City?
Well, he's a great goalkeeper. He's a great addition to the Premier League. I think the standard of goalkeeping over the last few years hasn't been as high as it has been in the past. This is a guy, obviously, we remember, unfortunately, how good he was in that European Championships in winning Italy the trophy. Last season, with the Champions League with Paris Saint-Germain, his performances against Liverpool were fantastic. But I actually think over his full time at PSG, it probably hasn't gone as well as he would have liked. There was a lot of criticism there early on, actually, for his actual goalkeeping. I think Luis Enrique was never a fan of, how he was with his feet. And yes, we know Pep Guardiola wants that from all his goalkeepers, but as I said, it's very difficult to find somebody who was fantastic with the feet and a fantastic goalkeeper, and there's not too many around. So this guy would have been the best one out there for Pep Guardiola. I think if Ederson's moving on, they did have to bring in a goalkeeper. I think James Trafford's been given the nod in the first 2 games, and listen, he's got great potential. He was fantastic for Burnley last season, but if you're Pep Guardiola and Manchester City, you're thinking about winning the Premier League and the Champions League, and maybe just right now, James Trafford's probably not quite ready for that, and Donnarumma will be the man he thinks he is, because as we saw last season, he's a Champions League winner.
Good morning, happy transfer deadline day. Liverpool and Newcastle have agreed a British record transfer for Alexander Isak.
The transfer saga of the summer looks to be at an end.
Isak will be remembered largely by the way he's acted this summer and not by his performances to the last couple of seasons on the pitch.
With him coming in, they're clear favourites. If they get Isak, it's done. Now they get Mark Gay in there, the Premier League is almost wrapped up after 3 games.
Manchester United have been after a goalkeeper this window. Could they be about to poach Emi Martinez from Aston Villa?
But they're also looking at San Lamans, the 23-year-old from Royal Antwerp. Do you go down the route of a young 23-year-old Belgian, or do you go for the trusted and proven Emi Martinez?
Youssouf Chermiti is about to become a Rangers player. It's all about the fee, £8 million. It would be the biggest fee Rangers have paid since Torre Andre Flo 25 years ago.
What a way to start deadline day this has been.
Clearly, if Liverpool don't get Mark Gay in, then Joe Gomez won't be allowed to leave.
What do you reckon? Will Gay still be a Palace player come 7 p.m?
It's going to be a very exciting day. It always is at Crystal Palace.
Wiss has made it very clear he wants to leave Brentford. Will he get his wish today, do you think?
I think a lot needs to happen between now and 7 p.m. if his wish is to come true.
Meanwhile, Jamie Vardy is in Italy ahead of a proposed move to Cremonese.
It seems that Jadon Sancho could be on his way to Aston Villa.
Michael Bridge is at the training ground for us. Michael, he's got the brolly out. He's having problems by the looks of things.
Manchester City have reached an agreement to sign Paris Saint-Germain goalkeeper Gianluigi Donnarumma.
And the breaking news just keeps on coming.
£55 million is the fee I'm hearing, agreed with Brentford for the signature of Johan Wissa.
Villa tracking 2 players, 2 attackers. There is interest in Liverpool's Harvey Elliott.
What a crazy few hours it has been in the life of Nicholas Jackson. Bayern Munich said the deal was off. Well, we understand that the deal could still be on.
It's one of the best windows I've seen for a long time.
What are you expecting from Spurs this deadline day? Looking very sharp, by the way.
Oh, thank you very much. Much appreciated. It's deadline day. You can look sharp, work sharp. That's the rule.
Manchester United forward Antony is expected to travel to Spain for medical with Real Betis for his permanent sale for a total of £21.7 million.
3 years to the day, Antony signed for Manchester United for £86 million.
They've been adamant all all through this saga that Jørgen Strand Larsen is not for sale, and that remains the case today.
Spurs have agreed a deal to sign Randall Kolo Muani from PSG.
A bit of a blow for Celtic at this stage. They look set to miss out on Kasper Dolberg. It looks like he could be set to return to his former club, Ajax.
I want to ask Paul Merson, how does he feel now about Tottenham's business?
Well, it was the same old Saturday, wasn't it? Same old,
Welcome back. Alexander Isak is a Liverpool player now, but right now he is in Sweden preparing for international duty. That is where Gary Cottrell is as well. And he managed to get hold of Isak's international teammate, Victor Gyökeres, to ask him about the whole Isak move.
Two of the best strikers in the world playing for the same national side. How great is that for the players and for the fans?
No, of course it's always good to have good players in the national team, and yeah, we of course want to reach the World Cup next year, and yeah, if we have the best players available and in the team, it's of course gonna help. So yeah, we look forward to the games we have this national team break, and yeah, of course we want to win every game.
Alexander had an good but emotional day yesterday, a long day as well. I think he arrived the early hours of the morning. He's had a difficult summer. How is he? Have you spoken to him? How's he feeling?
I haven't spoken with him too much because he just came. So yeah, I said hi to him and yeah, congratulated him for the move, and yeah, not so much more.
Because you had a move yourself to a big club. At times a difficult move. Do you have some sympathy for what he's been through?
Yeah, as I said earlier about my situation, I think it can be the same, that you don't really know what's been going on behind, and yeah, so I don't really know in his case what the situation's been exactly. So yeah, it's difficult for me to speak about that.
In your case, in his case, and the case of Wissa, there's talk obviously of player power getting too important in the transfer market. Is that unfair to say that?
What do you mean?
Player power, like forcing moves.
I mean, we all play, and I think the clubs has the most power, and yeah, it's maybe difficult for the players to choose in a lot of cases, and yeah, when it's a player that's not wanted in a club, I think it's the total opposite, you know, and he doesn't have any power, and yeah, the club can literally do whatever they want with the players. So yeah, it's difficult, but yeah, it's how the situation is.
What's he like to play with, Victor? How do you bring out the best in each other when you play together for Sweden?
We played a few games together, and felt very good those games. He scored, I've scored, and we have assisted each other. So yeah, I think it's good to keep going on that path, and yeah, just trying to improve more with the team, and yeah, keep going in that way.
Obviously didn't want to throw his international teammate under the bus there, Victor Gyökeres. Haven't got much time, but let's quickly touch on Man United's goalkeeping situation. Emi Martinez was heavily linked with a move to United on the last day of the window, but they signed Senne Lammens instead. Why would they do that?
Well, ultimately, they obviously thought that the youngster from Belgium was a better goalkeeper long-term. We know that Emi Martinez is the finished product. It's his birthday today. He's a World Cup winner. He's 33 years old, hugely experienced, having been at Arsenal for a long time. But ultimately, they just felt like the way they went was the right thing for the football club. So it's always a challenge.
Can Martinez go back to Villa? How's that going to be? I mean, I know they wished him happy birthday, but he refused to play in the previous game.
Well, ultimately, this is what management is. The other thing is as well, and this is where it sort of just dreads me ever so slightly, there are some windows that are still open. You know, Portugal, Turkey, Saudi Arabia. Could he still be at Aston Villa? Could he get his move? Could he get integrated back into the team? Will he be the Villa number one? Yeah. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah. Anything is still possible.
Do you know what the answer is? Marco Bizot.
You did it, not me.
You need to have a sleep. Great work, Mark, over the last few days. Stay with us. We're going to hear more from Victor Gyökeres, and we're going to be talking to Alan Smith live in the next hour.
I think the other thing that he adds to it, of course, if Liverpool are ever chasing a game at any point and they wanted to go 2 up top, then there's the potential, I suppose, to pair him with Hugo Ekitike, to pair him with Federico Chiesa as well. Ultimately, as I said, I think it's unrealistic to think that Hugo Ekitike at his age could be the focal point purely by himself for an entire season. But there's the opportunity for him to learn off Alexander Isak. There's the opportunity, I suppose, if you wanted to play Ekitike wide with Isak through the middle, Salah wide on the right-hand side as well. But yeah, you mentioned the fact that they have got options. It's interesting how Arne Slot is going to play it, because will he use Ekitike from the bench quite a bit? Because obviously Cody Gakpo's been starting down the left-hand side. It's unlikely that he'll take Mo Salah out of the equation. But I suppose there's the opportunity at least to rotate that forward line when they need to and rest it a little bit. And that's a point that Arne Slot has made before the start of this season as well. He said one of the main advantages that they had last season was the fact that very often he would make few changes to his starting lineup, and that kind of continuity helped them in terms of delivering the Premier League title. But at the end of the season, the back end of the season, he said maybe that continuity also became a bit of a weakness as tired legs begin to kick in towards the end of that campaign. So I think there's the option once again to rotate that squad a little bit more with the quality that they've got now.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Vinny, as ever. Right, so that is how the mood is in Liverpool. How is the mood in Newcastle right now? Let's cross to Pete Graves and see if we can gauge that. What do you think, Pete? Are Newcastle happy to have this saga over, given that they've received a big fee? Or, given what they said in the statement, is there still lingering resentment over what happened?
No, I mean, listening to Vinny there saying that everyone in Liverpool's delighted. I honestly feel the mood here today, speaking to people on my way here to St James's Park, everyone's really delighted here as well, that the sort of saga that's sort of cast a shadow over the entire summer is finally over. And I think most Newcastle United fans are just pleased that Alexander Isak is not a part of the Newcastle squad anymore. Now, let me just explain. If I could rewind time and go back to that Carabao Cup final win when Isak scores the goal against Liverpool and they lift their first domestic trophy in 70 years. I think if you said to any Newcastle fan on that day, listen, by the way, next season, Isak's going to be playing for Liverpool, they'd be absolutely devastated. But the way that it's gone on this summer with Isak refusing to play, refusing to go on the pre-season tour, refusing to play any pre-season friendlies, and then indeed refusing to train or play in any of the Premier League games or League Cup game this season, I think it had got to a point where just the entire fan base actually wanted Isak to go. So he's speaking to fans today. They're just delighted that the deal has been done, that he has gone now and that it's over. And I think Eddie Howe knew that. I spoke to him on Saturday after the Leeds game, and you just got the sense that he understands the fans. He'd have heard the chants from supporters at Elland Road. We'd heard them elsewhere as well from those passionate away supporters. They weren't happy with Isak, and I don't think there was any way back. So I think Newcastle fans are pleased that it's over and that he's gone. But also that with the money that has come in, as you say, a Premier League record, they've been able to completely reshape their squad. They've signed a goalkeeper, a centre-back, a centre midfielder, 2 strikers and a winger that will all challenge for first team spots. So they've totally reinvented the first 11 with the money that's come in for Isak. So I think, the mood here on Tyneside is a really positive one. They're pleased with the business that Newcastle have done, and they are pleased that the Isak saga is finally over.
Yeah, that fans, I'm sure, are as well. How about the players? Do you think this might help them as well in some ways, because they can just get on with life without Isak too?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that, the players that have been playing for Newcastle have remained unbelievably professional. Of course, Isak would have been a good friend of a number of the players in this squad. they were a very tight-knit group, aren't they? I mean, Eddie Howe insists on that. He doesn't sign anyone to the football club unless he feels that their personality would fit in with the other players here. And certainly everyone who met Alexander Isak would say, previously he's a great guy. He's given his heart and soul to the football club. But something changed, didn't it, this summer once the interest came in from Liverpool. And I think that the players, and what a two have paid tribute to Alex on social media. I've seen the likes of Sven Botman and Anthony Gordon make their own tribute. And you can see the Gordon one right now, I believe. And I think that's, not surprising. Isak was a huge part of this squad, a very successful squad, a squad that's played in the Champions League, a squad that's won a trophy, a squad that's really transformed under Eddie Howe's leadership, and clearly there were friendships there. There will be those within the squad who feel very disappointed in the way that Alexander Isak has acted this summer. There's no doubt about that, and I've spoken to players who are hugely disappointed and feel hugely let down by their former teammate. But clearly there's a friendship there with a number of the players, and you can't underestimate what Isak did at Newcastle United. Scored a huge number of goals, was a huge part of that team that won their first trophy in so many years, helped guide the club back into the Champions League, not once but now twice this coming season. He's been a huge part of it, but now Eddie Howe, the players, the fans, the entire city moves into a new era, an era without Alexander Isak, but it's an era that the fans are very excited about, I think, and everyone who you speak to today is feeling pretty bullish and excited about the future in the season ahead.
Yeah, it feels like turning over a new leaf, doesn't it? Thanks very much, Pete. Right, so both Wissa and Isak get their moves after a protracted period where they haven't played, and they've both kicked off. As you can see, the transfer deadline day veteran, can we call you that? Mark McAdam.
Never been called a veteran before.
32 deadline days I'm hearing you've done.
Yeah, for Scottish.
You don't look old
News.
enough to have done that.
No,
many.
I definitely am. Remember, you have 2 a year.
That's true, actually. Yeah, we should make that point. Yeah. But was that, in terms of transfer windows, that's got to be up there with the very best you've done, right?
I think it's been incredible. From June the 1st, that mini window we had to allow the Club World Cup sides to add players, and then, of course, everyone else used that to their advantage as well. Liverpool really active at the start of the window, and then of course a mini lull before the storm, and it felt like a long storm because there was so much activity happening. Over £3 billion spent by Premier League sides. The money that has exchanged hands shows globally just how big the Premier League is, how big commercially it is. The money that's involved in our game is absolutely fantastic because it allows Premier League sides to invest so heavily in the best quality players they possibly get from around Europe. And that's why there are so many eyes on the Premier League and what we're doing. And that's what's become the transfer window. It's become a machine in itself. And it's quite astonishing to see what it's actually become. Because if someone had said to you 10 years ago, you would have all of these accounts, all of these businesses, all of these people making money off the back of talking about transfers. And when you look at the metrics and numbers that our content generates, it's just flabbergasting. Yeah. It's incredible. And there is such a huge appetite for transfers, for talking about transfers, who's going where, what's happening, how much is it costing, what's it doing to their PSR figures. The fans absolutely love it, and we try here so hard at Sky Sports News to cover every single moment as accurately and as honestly as we possibly can. And it's the best job in the world. But this summer, it's been the most difficult job in the world.
You'll get a rest very soon. Come on, just one more go, mate. One more go today.
That's brilliant.
Right, we'll get on to, that point you made there and the Premier League and how it compares to the other big European leagues at the moment in terms of spending, blowing them all out of the water, really. But let's get back to my initial point, which was Wissa and Isak, who both got their moves, having down tools. Were these two deals a victory for player power?
Well, you have to say yes. This was a huge victory for players that are agitating to get the move they wanted, because two of the most high-profile Premier League players this summer that both wanted moves, both made public statements, both made it clear to their respective clubs that they wanted the opportunity to explore and potentially leave the club for a new destination. And they both got their demand. Yoane Wissa's contract got sealed, signed and sorted with 20 seconds to spare. It went right to the wire. Alexander Isak was a little bit earlier. But clearly what you're seeing with regards to both of these two players is that if you have the desire to get out of a football club, regardless of whatever contract is in place, ultimately this could possibly happen if you make the right noises and act in a certain way.
So will it happen more off the back of this? Will it set a dangerous precedent?
It could potentially set a dangerous precedent. One thing I will say, Harry Kane in 2021 wanted to go to Manchester City. There was that £100 million offer on the table from Manchester City to Tottenham that was rejected by Daniel Levy and Spurs, and they said, no, you're not going anywhere. And then eventually, guess what? He stayed despite the back and forth that happened via the media. The same with Virgil van Dijk in 2017. He was linked with Liverpool. He was at Southampton at the time, and he wanted to leave. He made it quite clear that he wasn't going to be willing to play for Southampton again. Didn't get the move he desired, ended up being back in the fold. Played for Southampton on September the 16th, final game on December the 13th, joined Liverpool in the January on January the 1st. He got his dream move in the end. 4 days later, he was playing for Liverpool. So there are incidents in the past where things have happened and players have agitated for the move and they've not got their move. There are certain players perhaps at Brighton that have wanted to leave and they've only been able to leave when the price is right. But clearly what you're seeing is the power of the agent and the player at play and the strength of the club to be able to say, actually, you're going nowhere. And they found it very difficult with regards to these two players. But ultimately, the club are always thinking about what is best for the club. The black cloud, the player in training that doesn't want to be there, the bad atmosphere, the bad noises, that situation with the fans, where you've got fans chanting against the player wearing their club colours. And sometimes the business decision works out. And I would say as well, big money, 125 million for Alexander Isak. Liverpool have played their part. If they were not prepared to go to that type of figure, would he have still got his move? The same with Newcastle and Brentford. Brentford stood firm on their valuation of Yoane Wissa. We were saying at one stage in the window it was going to have to be a deal of upwards of 40 million to get the deal done. But as the window progressed, it turned out it was 55 million that got the deal done. So Newcastle and Liverpool have played their part as well by writing the chequebook that was big enough to get the deal done. Be interesting to see what had happened if Newcastle had said, actually, our offer is still 40 million. And Liverpool had said, our offer is still 110 million. Would these two deals have still got done?
We'll never
Interesting
know.
scenario.
Yeah. And with both Isak and Wissa, both of them intimated that promises were made to them by the club that were broken. But is that not their agent's fault, really? If there's nothing written into a contract, I mean, a handshake's not going to be enough, is it, when this sort of money is involved?
Yeah, don't do a gentleman's deal with someone who's not a gentleman. You have to be really careful in this scenario, and I think this is something we'll see moving forward. There'll be more players that say, before they sign the contract, actually, I want a release clause. And there'll be more agents that will be plotting the trajectory of a player. Say you're 21, 22 and you're moving to a club and you're thinking, right, this is going to be great for 3 or 4 years, but actually by the time he gets to 24 or 25, we want to move him on to a bigger club that is maybe challenging for the Premier League or challenging for Champions League glory. So therefore, we're going to ask to have a release clause inserted that gives us control so that we know the player can leave in the summer of 2025 for this price. And they hold the cards. For example, Bournemouth did it with Dean Howson. They signed him from Juventus for 12 to 13 million pounds. They inserted a release clause that was 50 million pounds, which at the time, if they'd sold him for that price, they would have said, well, this represents great business for us because it means with less than 12 months on the clock, we've turned a 12 million asset into a 50 million asset, which is brilliant for us. It shows how good a club we are, it shows how good our coaching is, it shows how good our first team is, and it shows how good our recruitment is. So therefore, if that's the scenario that plays out, that suits us. And that's exactly what happened. And Dean Howson was comfortable as well with his representatives because he knew if he'd had an incredible season, there was a chance as a Spanish international who was at the age of 19 that potentially there could be some big offers to come. He got into the team, he was exceptional, scored goals, defended brilliantly, got his move. And it was all amicable. The fans respected him, loved him and valued him to the last moment. The club the same. You saw that from the statement that Bournemouth put out. The player's happy because he gets his dream move. And the agent's happy because he moves the player on 12 months again. And agents are always happy when they move players. They don't get money for players sitting at clubs for 4, 5, 6, 7 years. They get money by moving players. So in that situation, I think we'll see this a lot moving forward, where these contracts have release clauses that give the player and the agent a little bit more control over their career pathway.
Yeah,
and but not all clubs will sign it as well.
Well, that's true.
You know, you have to be a certain type of profile of player to be able to insert something that a club wants. A club like Liverpool or Manchester United or Man City or Arsenal will say, no release clause. No, you come to play for us. And that's a destination club where players want to finish their career and extend their career.
Yeah, but if there are release clauses, you hopefully avoid situations like the Isak and the Wissa situation. I mean, it was a record-breaking summer transfer window with £3 billion spent in the Premier League. We still have so much to pour over here with Mark. Up next, we'll be breaking down the spending, plus which of the Old Firm clubs won the window in Scotland. We'll be live to Celtic Park after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back. Let's get to Scotland. And Rangers outshone Celtic on deadline day, spending the most they have on a player for 25 years. While Celtic missed out on a number of their targets and they let Adam Idah leave as well. We'll get a fan's perspective with Paul John Dykes shortly, but first to Gordon Duncan, who's at Celtic Park for us. Afternoon, Gordon. Can you just give us a sense of how bad a window has been for Celtic?
Yeah, bad in so many ways, because there are so many categories that transfer business and dealings can fall into. You look at the business done, you look at when it was done, targets missed out on, and I think all of those would fall short of the Celtic fans' expectations. For every club, you want to come out of the window stronger than you went into it, but especially a club like Celtic. They're big, they're successful, they win things, they've got lots of cash in the bank by Scottish standards, they've got sellable assets. So above all clubs, this really shouldn't be one who comes out of a window weaker than they went in, and there's a feeling over the last few windows really that it is a squad regressing. You look at missing out on Kasper Dolberg, the number one striking target yesterday. Adam Idah left for Swansea, so they still actually need a striker, albeit Kelechi Iheanacho may join as a free agent. Then we talked about the timing. Balikwisha, Tunetki come in wide areas, but they weren't in time to help with Champions League qualification. Certainly in Tunetki's case, not in time to help play against Rangers at the weekend. So all of a sudden there's a feeling that a Celtic as a club have been praised so often for the way they've handled transfer dealings. It feels like things have really disappointed the fans on this occasion.
Well, let's get a fan's point of view, shall we? Paul, you had a show with the Celtic State of Mind podcast last night. Just how upset do you think the supporters are right now?
I think there's a real growing sense of disillusionment going into that window. It was left far too late in any case, but there was a feeling that we could get a few deals done last night. They've not really been done. So that frustration will turn into anger, I've no doubt about it. And just echoing some of the things that Gordon was saying there. You know, it's a football club with plenty of money, plenty of backing, and a manager who, you know, people will want to play for Brendan Rodgers. So where is it going wrong? How can we not get the deals done? Why are we scrambling about to try and get 4 and 5 deals done and then only managing to get 1 or 2? So yeah, really frustrating and really disappointed by it.
Well, Gordon, you spent a lot of time with Gordon Rodgers, speaking to him over recent weeks. What do you think he'll be thinking right now?
Oh, it's going to be so interesting to hear from him. It's almost a shame the international break comes. We'll have to wait a couple of weeks to get the thoughts of Brendan Rodgers. You go back earlier in the summer, he made some really strong comments about how if Celtic was all about maintaining things, he was not the man for the job. That would have to be someone else. Now, listening to Paul John, you could say that this isn't even an argument about maintaining. There's a feeling that the Celtic squad has gone backwards. I then spoke to him on Friday and he said that Adam Idah would only be allowed to leave if Celtic could bring another striker in. That hasn't happened, so there's another topic we'd be keen to hear from Brendan Rodgers on. He's gone from being quite critical, it seems, to those who run the club, to other times almost defending them. That one of the last comments he made over the weekend or before the weekend was that this board bleeds Celtic, and was trying to underline the fact that everyone was pulling in the same direction. But you would forgive the Celtic fans for feeling today that that's not quite the case.
Yeah. Paul, back to you. I mean, is there a concern that, you know, because Rodgers is in the last year of his deal, that this transfer window might impact his long-term future?
I think there's no doubt about that. You know, he did speak about, you know, the fact that he doesn't maintain. He wants to improve, he wants to progress. Some at Celtic seem to lack that ambition and that vision. They just want to be the top dogs in Glasgow. And that's not enough for Brendan Rodgers. It's not enough for a lot of the fans as well. And I can't speak for every fan, but, you know, people that speak to us on a daily basis, we want to push in Europe. We want to push on. And only 6 months ago, we did very well on the European stage, but we haven't built on that. So, you know, we're talking about Brendan staying till the end of the season. I wonder how he's feeling this morning after last night.
Well, if I could just follow that up with you, Paul, who's to blame then for this, and how will it all play out, do you think?
You know, Brendan Rodgers has taken his share of the blame for what happened in Europe and what happens on the park, and I think that's fair. But in terms of recruitment, those to blame are the decision makers. You know, Brendan Rodgers and his scouting team are giving targets to these people to go and do the deals. And it's been rather embarrassing that deals have broken down because we are not getting back to clubs. Yang was meant to sign for Birmingham City, had to come back to Glasgow. Idah was down the road, he had to come back up. It's happened with Tillio, it's happened with Welsh to Plymouth Argyle. That's not good enough. So whoever is responsible for that, be that the CEO, or elsewhere within the football club, they, for me, have a lot to answer for, because it's on them that Celtic haven't been able to do these deals.
Paul John Dykes, great talking to you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Gordon, if I could just fire one back at you before you go. I know you've got to head off, but Celtic are top of the table right now. They've won 13 of the last 14 titles. Should their fans really be worried?
That is the funny thing. You look at this from the outside, I can imagine fans up and down the country are saying, what's all the fuss about? Celtic win all the time, they win everything. But I think genuinely, for the first time in a while, that there is a fear that this is a squad regressing so badly that maybe, if the other clubs do get their houses in order, that there could be a bit more difficulty than Celtic would like. You look at Rangers yesterday, yes, look, they've not started the season well either. Russell Martin has certainly got his own issues, but they did spend big. Chermiti's fee, 8 million, rising to 10 million. Bojan Miovski coming in over the weekend. Would Celtic fans have taken Bojan Miovski to sign? I think they probably would, looking at the way their striking department sits at the moment. So if Russell Martin could manage to get things back on track and harness Rangers in a different direction, and then maybe, just maybe, you take it one step further. There's a lot of ambition around Hearts. They've now got Tony Bloom and Jamestown Analytics on board. Hibs have shown in Europe that they could potentially have a very good season as well. So look, it's a stretch to say that Celtic's title chances are over or anything like that. You look at the way that they've started the season, but you do look across the city, maybe over at Edinburgh. Surely at the very least those clubs at least sniff an opportunity.
Top man, thank you, Gordon. Well, so many players got the move they were looking for yesterday, but not everybody. Up next, we'll be looking at some of the players who were left in the awkward situation of having to return to their clubs. Plus, we'll round up all the deals that got over the line today. Stay with us. Welcome back to Transfer Window. The verdict, the window may have closed yesterday, but there were still a few deals that carried over into today, particularly for Manchester City. Let's run through them for you. Gianluigi Donnarumma has finalised his move to the Etihad after a £26 million deal was confirmed this morning. He joins from PSG on a 5-year deal. That deal has allowed Ederson to get the move he'd been waiting for as the 6-time Premier League winner departs to Galatasaray for £12 million. Manuel Akanji has also departed the club as his loan to Inter Milan is confirmed. That deal has an option to buy for £13 million that will become obligatory if he makes a certain number of appearances. Another centre-back leaving the Premier League is West Ham's Nayef Aguerd. His permanent move to Marseille was confirmed today. Joining him at Marseille is Brighton's Matt O'Reilly. The Danish international joins on a straight loan for the rest of the season. And finally, Fulham have just announced in the last hour the signing of Bayern Munich's Jonah Kusi Asare. He joins on loan with an option to make the deal permanent. While the windows in Scotland and England may be shut, but clubs can still sign free agents and players can still move to a number of different leagues. The Eredivisie window shuts tonight, for example, while there's still 10 days for players to move to Turkey and even longer for players to move to Portugal or Saudi Arabia. And even though the window is shut, you can still follow all the fallouts, and there's plenty of it on our transfer blog. That's on the Sky Sports website and app. If you scan that QR code, it'll take you right there. Right, not all players got their moves, or some of them got very close to getting a move. It didn't happen. For example, Marc Guéhi is still a Crystal Palace player today after his move to Liverpool fell through right at the last minute. What happened yesterday?
Well, clearly it was a busy 24 hours for Marc Guéhi, particularly when you take into account the way he played for Crystal Palace against Aston Villa, scoring that fabulous goal. And it was a real captain's performance as well. He was solid at the back. He got that second goal, which confirmed all 3 points for Crystal Palace. And that really has been the way he has operated throughout the course of this summer. There has been so much talk about Marc Guéhi over the course of the last 12 months. Remember, there were multiple rejected offers from Newcastle last summer. He stayed at Crystal Palace. He captained them to the FA Cup. He captained them to the Community Shield. He's been exemplary in his behaviour, attitude, work ethic, and the way he's handled himself. No public statements, no frustration, no agitation. Even if he did have the desire to move to Liverpool, it was never really made public. Now, clearly the fact that they got to the stage of doing a medical in London meant that he was potentially open to moving to Liverpool. But in the end, it didn't happen. And there are various reasons, and I'm sure over the course of the next few days, and when Marc Guéhi eventually speaks for the first time to Sky Sports about his future and about what happened this summer, there'll probably be multiple reasons as to why the deal didn't quite happen. Whether that was his desire, whether that was Steve Parish's desire not to sell the captain, whether Oliver Glasner had said, look, he's just too important. Oliver Glasner made it really clear after that Aston Villa game, would Marc Guéhi be leaving? And he said, no, we can't. We can't lose someone who's so important. And of course, there was the replacement, Igor Julio, that ended up going to West Ham. So I'm sure there's a whole collection of reasons as to why this didn't quite happen that will come out in time.
Yeah. A lot of people very keen to draw comparisons between the behaviour of Isak and Wissa in contrast to Marc Guéhi, who, as you say, his behaviour has been exemplary. Should we commend him for that, or is that the least you should expect of a player in that position?
I think any player that signs a contract for a club needs to respect the club, the badge, the fans, and the contract they've signed. And it doesn't always happen like that, as we've seen and as we know. But I think Marc Guéhi has been the most professional in this whole situation. And it must be so hard when you're a young footballer There's so much speculation about you. You go down to the supermarket and people want to talk about your future. Fans want to know what's going on. You're getting DMs and messages on social media every single day, every single hour, asking what's the latest, what's happening, please don't go. Liverpool fans probably messaging saying, please come to Anfield, we want you, we love you, you're going to be amazing for us. And you have to live in that storm and make decisions which you feel are right for your career and, of course, your future. Now, Marc Guéhi still could potentially leave Crystal Palace before the end of his contract. Someone could come in January and buy him. He can also start negotiating with sides in Europe and sides not in the Premier League from January the 1st. He could sign a pre-contract agreement and still leave. Crystal Palace still could get some money. But what they've got now is they know they've got their captain and they've got a key member of that Oliver Glasner first team between now and January the 1st at the very least. He could walk on a free next summer and have his pick. And I think the biggest factor in all of this decision-making for Marc Guéhi will be Thomas Tuchel has an England squad to announce and a World Cup to look at next summer. At Crystal Palace, first name on the team sheet, guaranteed. He's going to play 38 Premier League games and as many cup games as he desires, depending on his fitness. Hopefully he'll stay fit for the whole season. He's been robust. He's never really had any significant injury problems over the last couple of years. So you'd imagine he's going to get a lot of game time this season, continue to develop as a player, and let's be honest, probably one of the first defenders on Thomas Tuchel's squad list right now as things stand. Going up to Liverpool, I'm sure he would have played a good collection of games. However, there was no guarantees, and Liverpool would never give a guarantee to a player you are going to play week in, week out regardless. Doesn't happen, not at the highest level. But at Crystal Palace, he knows he's going to play, and therefore it means game time, which means a greater chance of being in that England squad.
OK, so he didn't move, so any fee for Marc Guéhi did not end up getting added on to the overall number. It has been a record-breaking summer, over £3 billion spent. That's smashed the previous record, by the way, which was around about 2.4 billion in 2023. And yet, Mark, last year, it sounded like we were talking about PSR, profit and sustainability rules, the whole time. We have done again, but if you look at the bald figures, loads of clubs have spent big. So is PSR still as big an issue as it used to be?
PSR is always going to be a huge issue. You have to remember, PSR was brought in 2015, and it was to make clubs more sustainable, and it was to make them more sensible with what they spent and how they operated. And it was also to try and stop clubs from going to the wall and losing huge sums of money and then going bust and having administrative problems like you saw with Portsmouth many, many years ago. You can see the spending, though, throughout the course of this summer has been humongous. Now, you look at these facts and figures in different ways. Now, straight away, the thing that you look at is Liverpool. Wow, incredible amount of money spent. It's a record for any side in the Premier League in one summer transfer window. 446.5 million. The important thing to point out there, that is the total potential outlay that Liverpool could have.
Right.
There will be a huge chunk of that will be add-ons on deals. For example, Florian Wirtz is 100 million guaranteed plus 16.5 million in potential performance-related add-ons. So there's 20% of that deal or so that's based on how well he plays and how well Liverpool do. You can see Chelsea once again operating by spending a lot of money, but they've also sold a lot of players, which will counteract that particular graphic. You can see the teams that are really struggling. Aston Villa, fined by UEFA last season. They've had to be really careful about what they spend. I think Marco Silva will be really frustrated with the spend for Fulham. Crystal Palace, again, the uncertainty over which division they were going to be playing in with regards to their European competition has clearly played a big factor in the type of players they can attract, the type of money they can spend. They say the difference between the Europa Conference League and the Europa League is around £25 million in income, which is significant at that level. And you can see Brighton spent a lot of money last summer. Obviously don't need to invest in players when they've got so many players already. Someone said to me earlier on that they've let about 18 players go out on loan this summer. So they have a lot of players, a lot of resource.
So a certain level of club is still getting hamstrung by PSR?
Absolutely. And I think it's those sides that want to be ambitious, those teams that want to punch into Champions League football places regularly. They're the teams that are finding it the most difficult to do so because it all relates to the turnover of the football club. PSR rules, as we know, allow you to lose 105 million over a 3-year accounting period. It's not a lot, really, for Premier League sides. 35 million a season you can lose on your first team football costs, and that's acceptable. Lose 36 million on average, and you're in breach of the rules. And we've seen from Everton and Nottingham Forest, there are sanctions and point deductions in play here. So the rules are being enforced. And it's the first time over the last couple of years we've actually seen that. But the biggest challenge for sides like Newcastle and Aston Villa that want to try and compete at the top table is the fact that they don't turn over as much money as the big sides. For example, Manchester City's accounts to the end of 2024, that period, turn over 715 million. Newcastle's 320. Aston Villa's 275. So they're trying to compete when their turnover is less than half of the big sides. And you can see the Premier League selling as well. The figure is £3 billion spent by Premier League clubs, but also they've sold a lot of players as well. So a lot of that money is coming back into the clubs because they're recycling cash. You can see how much money Chelsea have made in this window by selling players. 314 million. That's
a record.
Huge business from a club selling players. Liverpool's as well. And that's where that other graphic is slightly misleading because their outlay is, 446. But they're second when it comes to the money they've generated from selling players. And a lot of Liverpool's player sales are homegrown. So therefore, it's 100% PSR profit. Look at the net spend here now, and you can see this is where I think the graphic is key. This is the most important one, really, because this tells you how much they've actually spent and how much they've sold. And you can see there are actually, 7 clubs there that have all had a positive net spend this summer, which shows that arguably PSR is working because they're sensible, they're sustainable, they're selling players, they're not spending beyond their means, and that's why.
But it's the big six, isn't it, that they're spending big? Have we seen, has PSR led to a return of the big six?
I think the big six will always be the big six for the moment whilst you are playing Champions League football. I think that is such a massive money generator for football clubs. We'll go into that in just a moment. I think that the Arsenal thing is intriguing because Mikel Arteta has spent a lot of money and not delivered any silverware yet outside of the FA Cup. This is going to be really important because pressure is now on. When you spend that kind of money, they're expecting results and silverware.
Very interesting stuff. Right, OK, we've got loads more still to dissect and discuss on this biggest window in Premier League history, including Manchester United. We're going to have a look at their dealings and their goalkeeper situation in particular. Stay with us. Welcome back. Alexander Isak is a Liverpool player now, but right now he is in Sweden preparing for international duty. That is where Gary Cottrell is as well. And he managed to get hold of Isak's international teammate, Victor Gyökeres, to ask him about the whole Isak move.
Two of the best strikers in the world playing for the same national side. How great is that for the players and for the fans?
No, of course it's always good to have good players in the national team, and yeah, we of course want to reach the World Cup next year, and yeah, if we have the best players available and in the team, it's of course gonna help. So yeah, we look forward to the games to have this national team break, and yeah, of course we want to win every game.
Alexander had an good but emotional day yesterday, a long day as well. I think he arrived the early hours of the morning. He's had a difficult summer. How is he? Have you spoken to him? How's he feeling?
I haven't spoken with him too much because he just came. So yeah, I said hi to him and yeah, congratulated him for the move, and yeah, not so much more.
Because you had a move yourself to a big club, at times a difficult move. Do you have some sympathy for what he's been through?
Yeah, as I said earlier about my situation, I think yeah, it can be the same, that you don't really know what's been going on behind, and yeah, so I don't really know in his case what the situation has been exactly. So yeah, it's difficult for me to speak about that.
In your case, in his case, and the case of Wissa, there's talk obviously of player power getting too important in the transfer market. Is that unfair to say that?
What do you mean?
Player power, like forcing moves.
I mean, we all play, and I think the clubs has the most power, and yeah, it's maybe difficult for the players to choose in a lot of cases, and yeah, when it's a player that's not wanted in a club, I think it's the total opposite, you know, and he doesn't have any power, and yeah, the club can literally do whatever they want with the players. So yeah, it's difficult, but yeah, it's how the situation is.
What's he like to play with Victor? How do you bring out the best in each other when you play together for Sweden?
We played a few games together, and felt very good those games. He scored, I've scored, and we have assisted each other. So yeah, I think it's good to keep going on that path, and yeah, just trying to improve more with the team, and yeah, keep going in that way.
Obviously didn't want to throw his international teammate under the bus there, Victor Gyökeres. I haven't got much time, but let's quickly touch on Man United's goalkeeping situation. Emi Martinez was heavily linked with a move to United on the last day of the window, but they signed Senne Lammens instead. Why would they do that?
Well, ultimately, they obviously thought that the youngster from Belgium was a better goalkeeper long term. We know that Emi Martinez is the finished product. It's his birthday today. He's a World Cup winner. He's 33 years old, hugely experienced, having been at Arsenal for a long time. But ultimately, they just felt like the way they went was the right thing for the football club. So it's always a challenge.
Can Martinez go back to Villa? How's that going to be? I mean, I know they wished him happy birthday, but he refused to play in the pre. Escape.
Well, ultimately, this is what management is. The other thing is as well, and this is where it sort of just dreads me ever so slightly, there are some windows that are still open. You know, Portugal, Turkey, Saudi Arabia. Could he still be at Aston Villa? Could he get his move? Could he get integrated back into the team? Will he be the Villa number one? Yeah. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah. Anything is still possible.
The answer is Marco Bizot.
You did it, not me.
You need to have a sleep. Great work, Mark, over the last few days. Stay with us. We're going to hear more from Victor Gyökeres, and we're going to be talking to Alan Smith live in the next hour.
I'm Kaveh Solokol, the Chief Correspondent at Sky Sports News, and this is Kaveh's Ask Me Anything questions about transfers. rollercoaster transfer window that saw the British record broken, but only after Alexander Isak managed to force a move from Newcastle to Liverpool. We'll discuss the topic of player power. No forcing a move, though, for Mark Gahey, who ended up remaining with Crystal Palace. We'll take a dive into what happened there and what could happen next. The business has continued today, including Gianluigi Donnarumma moving to Manchester City. We'll round up all of the day's late deals for you. And what a weekend it was for Nicholas Jackson, avoiding a Peter Odemwingie on deadline day and getting his move. We'll be breaking that one right down for you this hour as well. After months of speculation and controversy, Alexander Isak secured that move from Newcastle to Liverpool for a British record transfer fee yesterday. The striker has cost the Premier League champions £125 million. But are both clubs happy with their business? Pete Graves is outside St James's Park for us. Vinny O'Connor's at Anfield. Pete, good to see you. Firstly to you, look, what has Isak had to say about Newcastle today on his way out?
Thanks, Will. He's basically said thank you, hasn't he, to Newcastle United's supporters and the club. I think there was a period where I think the fans thought he wasn't going to say anything. He'd sort of moved to Liverpool and obviously hasn't played all summer, hadn't played any of the games so far this season. And the signing was announced and there was no mention of Newcastle, no mention of the supporters, no mention of the history. So I think there was a period where the fans were thinking maybe he's not going to say anything at all. But in fairness, in the last half an hour or so, he has come out and he's offered a thank you. There's a video of him scoring goals and he's stopped short of apologising, I think, which some Newcastle fans would have been wanting. But he has given a thank you to Newcastle United supporters and to the football club and mentioned that it's been an honour to get the club back into the Champions League and help them win their first domestic trophy in 70 years. So he has spoken and that will be appreciated by some, even though as I'm standing here today, of course, it is the day after deadline day. He has only just moved to Liverpool and it's still quite raw here. There's still a lot of, I suppose, disappointment and anger that a player who was so important for Newcastle United has decided to move away. But I think if we're honest with ourselves, in sort of down the line, like I say, it's still very raw, but down the line, Newcastle fans will hopefully be able to look back with some fondness at the period that Isak played for the club. He, of course, scored the goal in the final that helped them secure that first domestic trophy in 70 years, the Carabao Cup. And I think it's just the nature of some footballers and some people in life. That's just the way it is. If you play for the team that finished second in the league and the team that finished first in the league wants to sign you, some players and some people would like to go that one step higher. That's just the nature. But there are other characters in the game who would stay at the football club regardless, that wear the badge with pride and would not leave despite what temptations may be coming elsewhere. Alexander Isak plays for a team that finished fifth in the league and won the Carabao Cup. He's decided he wanted to move to a team that won the league and will be challenging for the league once again and challenging to win the Champions League. Yes, Newcastle fans are disappointed. Yes, it's still very raw, but down the line, might they look back with some pride and happiness at the period over the last few years? Bearing in mind as well the money that's come in from that sale, they've been able to completely rejuvenate this Newcastle United squad. They brought in a goalkeeper, a defender, a midfielder, a winger and two centre forwards effectively this window as a result of that sale. So I think in time Newcastle fans will probably reflect quite happily on this window in general, and they'll just be hoping to have a big season and no doubt hoping they can get one over Liverpool when they go to Anfield later in the season.
Yeah, Pete, I wonder what the Newcastle players have made of this whole ordeal. It is an ordeal, it's a saga, whatever word you want to use. It's stretched on, hasn't it, for the whole summer, and how their relationship potentially might have changed with Alexander Isak. But Anthony Gordon's had something to say, hasn't he, today?
Yeah, I mean, look, some players have come out and spoken of the friendship. I think Anthony Gordon put something on his social media talking about the friendship and their chemistry on the field. And there's no doubt about it. Gordon and Isak had a great on-field chemistry. You look at Jacob Murphy and Isak as well, particularly last season, how well they played together. I think Sven Botman as well was someone who came out publicly and thanked Alexander and wished him well. That's two players. I haven't seen too many more. I mean, that might be quite telling. I haven't seen, sometimes in these situations, you see the entire squad liking posts and good luck, mate, and all that in the comments. I haven't seen too many players come out. And I think that, Eddie Howe is so all about creating this family environment. His players he wants them to all be best friends and to all feel like a family and to have each other's backs and so on. And I just wonder how many of the players, and I've spoken to some, are disappointed by the way that this summer has played out. Isak, of course, firstly refusing to play in pre-season friendlies, then refusing to go on the summer tour of the Far East, then refusing to pull on his boots and play in the opening Premier League games and that League Cup match as well. So, he's missed a host of matches, and I think there will be players who are disappointed in the way he's gone on this summer. But, football, short memories. I think once the international break's over and Newcastle United get back on the field with the new players in the squad, then all memories of Alexander Isak will soon be gone.
Yeah, and finally, Pete, I just wonder also, how Newcastle feel officially, because if the statement's anything to go by, it was hardly song and verse, was it? But Eddie Howe, as you mentioned, is glad to put it all behind him.
I heard that the typewriter just ran out of ink, unfortunately, so they just had to put it out. It was a very short statement, wasn't it? Just 30 odd words. Mentioned how many games he'd played, but no mention of the sort of goals or anything else. I think it is a bit of a sad end to something. I just think that the Newcastle United ownership and coaching staff and some of the players, as I mentioned, will be disappointed with the way that this summer has played out. But you know what, it's over now, and as a football club, Newcastle United can start moving forward without Alexander Isak in their squad. They know who's here. They've got a full squad of players who want to be here, including those 6 new additions this summer. So not a nice end to what was a wonderful sort of marriage in some ways between Alexander Isak and Newcastle United. Let's not forget, he was a fairly unknown player at Real Sociedad, hadn't scored a huge number of goals. Eddie Howe saw something in him that he believed could turn him into a top Premier League player. He brought him to the Premier League, he gave him the platform, he coached him, he improved him, and he's become, without doubt, if not the best striker in the Premier League, then one of the best strikers in the Premier League. But he's now a Liverpool player, a Premier League transfer record, as you said. And and I think Liverpool have signed a wonderful player, and Newcastle United will move on with their new look squad, and will look to try and move on from Alexander Isak just as quickly as possible.
Peter, thank you very much indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, the typewriters from the Liverpool fans have not run out of ink, have they, Vinny O'Connor at Anfield, because they're saying plenty of things about Alexander Isak, and I just wonder how much that guy can take Liverpool to the next level, Vinny.
I think so. I think that's the feeling here at Liverpool, because, of course, he adds greater potency to their attack. When you look at his goal-scoring record, I was going through the stats from last season, of course, and I know Arne talked about Cody Gakpo and Luis Diaz kind of matching the kind of numbers that Mo Salah was providing himself. But at the same time, the combined goal total in the Premier League between Cody Gakpo and Luis Diaz was 23, the same amount as Alexander Isak scored in the Premier League last season. Darwin Núñez himself, who Alexander Isak is taking that number 9 share. Darwin Núñez scored just 5 Premier League goals last season as well. They really have got that focal point now for their attack. It takes a little bit of pressure, I suppose, off Hugo Ekitike. I think someone like Florian Wirtz will benefit as well, not just from the fact that he can lay on chances for someone like Alexander Isak, and there's a good chance that he'll finish them. I mean, you look at his percentage goal scoring rate in the Premier League, his goals per game ratio, and it's something like, it's close to Mo Salah's. It's around the 62-63% mark, just like Mo Salah's as well. So as well as that, Alexander Isak attracts players, creates space for for midfielders like Florian Wirtz as well, and he brings players into play. And again, the wide players, Mo Salah will benefit, Cody Gakpo benefit from having that kind of focal point through the middle, that kind of Premier League know-how that Alexander Isak brings. So in terms of that Liverpool attack, yeah, of course, there's going to be a great deal of excitement, I think, amongst the playing staff, amongst the management, but undoubtedly the fans. You've seen the reaction from the fans on social media as well. Yes, it's been a long-running saga to get to this point, but the fact that Alexander Isak is a Liverpool player has been met with a good deal of approval around these parts.
Fans having missed out on Marc Guéhi so late on in the window.
I think it would have been a bigger problem for Liverpool if they hadn't got Alexander Isak in. And I say that, of course, Liverpool would be better had they been able to bring Marc Guéhi in as well. But at the same time, I mentioned Hugo Ekitike benefiting from someone like Alexander Isak being there and taking the kind of focus off him and really providing that spearhead in attack for Liverpool. I think Liverpool have the players that means they can cope without Marc Guéhi at the back. Obviously, they've got that tried and tested partnership between Virgil van Dijk and Ibrahima Konate. Joe Gomez, we saw coming on as a substitute for Konate against Arsenal, and how important his contribution was in the latter stages of that game. Not more so than getting in front of Gyökeres at the near post and being able to clear behind for a corner kick as well. Leone has, of course, come in. We're expecting big things from him, albeit maybe not so much this season. You expect him to be maybe drip-fed into that first-team picture as well. But, yeah, obviously Liverpool would have been a lot stronger had Marc Guéhi come in. At the same time, it's not necessarily dead. It's not necessarily set in stone that he won't become a Liverpool player. It's something they can revisit if they need to in January and perhaps come up with a deal with Crystal Palace. Or, of course, they can wait until the end of the season. We know that, obviously, Marc Guéhi can speak to foreign clubs when it comes to January, whereas he'll just have 6 months left on his contract. And maybe Liverpool could take a little bit of a risk in that terms, given that we know he wanted to come here, and wait until the end of the season to get him on a free. So there is that's looking at the long game, but for now I think Liverpool will feel that they have the players that can cope without the signing of Marc Guéhi.
Vinny, thank you very much. So both Wissa and Isak get their moves after a protracted period where they haven't been playing football. Our chief correspondent, Kavi Solikor, and football correspondent Rob Dorset join me now. Rob, what does this suggest, given what's happened over the last 12 hours or so, and, you know, for large parts of the window? Do players have too much power? And what can we take away from this?
It's certain that players have a lot of power if they're as good as Marc Guéhi and Alexander Isak and Yoane Wissa. And look, I've been speaking to a lot of people involved in football and involved around the recruitment part of football, and Carve does as well. And they're saying that it's definitely changed in recent years. If you are as good as these players are, then you have an awful lot of power. And I think what's really significant and interesting for me in this window is we've seen more, particularly strikers, top strikers, move to the Premier League than we've ever seen before. And that speaks volumes about the purchasing power of the Premier League and the pull of the Premier League and why they want to come here. But with Isak and Wissa, they both agitated in the extreme, didn't they, if we can describe it like that, to make sure they got their moves. Both of them put very strong, shocking statements on social media, let's be honest, where they criticised their own employers, said that promises had been broken, and they got their move as a result of that. Now, would they have got their move without that sort of agitation? Interesting to see. I don't think Alexander Isak would have got his move away from Newcastle. They were desperate to keep hold of him. And Brentford were very keen to keep hold of Wissa as well. And you compare that with Marc Guéhi, who's loves Crystal Palace and has been the ultimate professional in the way that he's played, scored that wonder goal in what we thought might be his final game for Crystal Palace. And yet he hasn't got his move and he hasn't agitated for a move. Is there a connection there? On the face of it, it would seem so. And the people I speak to in the industry say there is now, if you are an elite player, an inordinate amount of power that those players hold and their representatives. And if they exercise that power, they often get their wish. And the bottom line is clubs don't want to keep players that are unhappy. It's very difficult for a manager and for a club to keep a player that has been as explicit as Wissa and Isak were in saying they wanted to leave. I think it was a very difficult situation for Brentford, an even more difficult situation for Newcastle. And it felt an inevitability that those players would leave in the end. I felt the same about Guéhi, and he didn't move. I don't know. Maybe there's something in that.
Carvey, has the behaviour, particularly of Johan Wissa and Alexander Isak in this window, set a dangerous precedent? Is this a trend we are going to see more of going forward?
I think we've seen a lot of it in the past as well. I mean, going back many, many years, we had players like Pierre van Hooijdonk at Nottingham Forest, for instance. So this is not something new. I think something that is perhaps new, though, is, and without, I'm not referring specifically to the Isak or the Wissa case, what we've seen more and more of recently is sort of intermediaries getting involved and players making their minds up well in advance about which clubs they want to go to. Whereas in the old days, what used to happen is that a club would pick up the phone and call another club and make an offer, and only when a deal had been agreed would permission be given for the player to speak to his prospective new club. Whereas that seems to have changed. I don't know if it's got something to do with the amount of intermediaries in the game or because of social media. Because if you look at social media, so many players appear to have agreed personal terms. Well, how can you agree personal terms when a deal hasn't been done between the clubs? I mean, in the old days, we used to call it tapping up. Yeah. And if it happened, it would be reported to the governing bodies and clubs would be charged. Whereas now it just seems to be just accepted that these players, and again, I'm not saying that's the case with Isak or it's the case with Wissa, but things seem to have been set up well in advance with a lot of these deals that we've seen go through.
And I think, in fairness, you look at the Morgan Gibbs-White situation at Forest and his failed move to Tottenham. Remember, Forest accused Tottenham of tapping him up, made a formal complaint to the Premier League about it. And you and I both must have thought, God, that's quite old school. You know, that we don't hear that anymore because it's become...
You don't hear the term tapping up.
You don't, no. It's absolutely right. And it's become a part of the norm. Carver's absolutely right that clubs who want to buy a player will sound them out. Are they interested? If you are interested, what might it cost us in terms of wages? How long would you be looking for in a contract? That's normal now, and Carvey's quite right. That never used to be the case. And with Morgan Gibbs-White staying at Forest and signing a new contract after they'd accused Spurs of tapping him up and making an offer that they felt was bang on what his release clause was, that felt like a throwback. And I was a little bit amazed that fell through, if you like. And there's an example of player power not working because Gibbs-White wanted his move, didn't get it. He's very happy to stay at Forest and sign a new contract, by the way, but it doesn't always work.
There's been so much talk of gentlemen's agreements, broken promises. How much do you think there'll be a tightening up from clubs, from agents, from all parties in the way that these contracts are actually structured to avoid the he said, she said, I could go, he said, she didn't?
I think, football, the contracts are really long and complicated. There's a lot in them. I don't think you can change them in any way to deal with this whole issue of players thinking they've been made promises and the club hasn't kept the promise. I think all that happens is they have conversations with a director of football or with a head coach, and maybe they're told, look, if a suitable bid comes in for you, then we would consider it. And maybe, one person has a different recollection of what was said in that conversation to the other person, or the director of football moves on and he's replaced by somebody else. I think that's a real grey area. But the bottom line is, a promise is not worth anything in football unless it's written down in a legally binding contract.
And I spoke to a specialist legal sports lawyer on exactly that subject over the matter of Alexander Isak, who said that promises had been broken. And this lawyer said to me, he hasn't got a case. It's as simple as that. If it's not written down, the Premier League rules on contracted players are very, very clear. If it is not in their official form and written down, it doesn't have any legal grounding, unless he goes and makes perhaps a separate claim legally away from football. So Carvey's absolutely right. There's an awful lot of these discussions that happen. Christian Purslow, who we had live on the programme yesterday during deadline day, was at Aston Villa, and he was talking to me about how he'd made promises to players in the past that when he was trying to sell a football club, if they didn't get the club sold, he'd let them leave. And people were good for their word back then, is the way he described it to me. I'm not sure it works like that right now.
Given how much money Liverpool have spent in this window, guys, and look, there we go, £446.5 million. I mean, 42 is like your old 1.5, isn't it, these days? But I mean, well, two separate questions. The extra pressure, Carve, on Arne Slot now to deliver with that squad that he has. And I know they've recouped a lot of money as well. But if they don't win the Premier League, Carve, or they don't win the Champions League, is that a failure?
I think, yes, it would be. I think the important thing to stress there is the net spend. Liverpool's net spend is around 200 million. They didn't spend very much, if anything at all, last summer. So it's only 100 million every year. So I think we should keep that in mind as well. I know a big thing is going to be made out of the fact that it looks like they've spent more than 400 million pounds, but the important thing is the net spend. Will it be a failure if they don't win the title or the Champions League? I think it would be. But even before they did this spending this summer, I made them the favourites to win the Premier League. I think the Champions League, obviously, it's tougher to win, but I think they've got a very good chance of winning that now with this squad that they've assembled.
Well, that's the key point that Carve made, isn't it? You know, it's all well and good pumping out 446.5, but actually outgoings, and the latest of those being Harvey Elliott with an obligation to buy, it's pretty good business, isn't it?
Well, look, yeah, we've seen it with Chelsea and Manchester City have really active production lines of young talent coming through. And the amount of resource that they pump into those young players in their academies is bearing fruit, because if they don't feature for the first team very much, they sell them on, and that enables them to spend on top level players, and it's what the elite clubs do these days. For Liverpool, I was staggered by the amount they spent and incredibly impressed with the window that they had. It felt to me, Liverpool, the reigning Premier League champions, were there to be shot at, and it needed the other clubs to buy in to match their squads. They had a lot of changes in attacking departments, and that's what anybody connected with Liverpool will tell you. They lost 3 forward players that they needed to replace, and that was largely where they spent their money. But they're definitely stronger than they were last season, and it's a matter for everybody else to try and catch them, isn't it?
Yeah. Gents, thanks for now. Right, almost £3.2 billion spent in the window, and not a penny of it on Marc Guéhi. We'll be assessing if the fallout of Crystal Palace, Marc Guéhi, I should say. Marc Guéhi's come back from Sunderland to Chelsea. That was the one that's thrown me. We'll talk about the Crystal Palace captain and a tricky deadline for him after the break.
Yes, I'm still playing golf, Gary. Yes,
Well, that's my fantasy, Al. To be honest,
it's an international break. I can play golf. You know that, yeah. So
I know. I just spotted you in the same room there at Loch Lomond. So, did you win the tournament?
No, we didn't win the. We didn't. Do you know who won the tournament?
I don't.
Harry Redknapp's team won the tournament on 95 points, best 2 from 4.
Oh, wow.
And they can't compete with 95 points.
No, that's good going.
Very good going.
Mike, good to have you back.
Can I just say, by the way, before we start, what on earth is going on with your eyes? Either you've had no sleep or you've been on the piss for about 12 hours, one of the two.
I've had no alcohol. I've been filming all week at the League of Their Own, and I got back late last night. I should have just stayed in Manchester. I've been filming in Manchester this time, but I just wanted to get back to my own bed, and now, I'm absolutely.
Well, it's good to have you back. It's good to have you back.
Hey, how are you guys, by the way? We never ask how you are. You always ask how we are. Are you all right?
I'm very well. That's very kind of you, Mikey. Yeah, I'm good. Very good, actually.
Oh, happy days.
Yeah, I'm fine. I think one place to start with, I think rather than go through the list of, so many different sides for different clubs, we'll cover some of them. But we're only going to cover the ones that have happened probably in the last few days, just before the window closed. But I think firstly, we might have to say that the players that dug in, the players that decided not to train, not to turn up, not to play, got their wish. And perhaps one or two of the players that did things that we would describe as properly and continued to turn up, continued to play, perhaps didn't get their wish. So what I'm talking about really is obviously Alexander Isak. Wissa went to Newcastle, and Mark Gate's deal fell through at the final minute, who had absolutely done things completely properly, captained the side, played the night before, scored a brilliant goal, was quite emotional with his celebration. Looked like he'd done the little video they do when they sign, and then it fell through because Crystal Palace couldn't get a central defender in because the deal fell through with Igor from Brighton. So are we saying now that this is the way that players will continue to act in the future?
Firstly, before Alan goes, Gahey was on my bench and he got 15 points. Absolutely.
Oh, that's way more important than his dream move falling apart.
But anyway, Al, take it away.
I think, we've seen it in the past, guys, and I think because of what's happened, Strand Larsen didn't play for Wolves, but he didn't get his move to Newcastle either. But yeah, unfortunately, I think because of what's happened with Isak and what's happened with Wissa, then you will see more of that. I don't like it. No, I don't think any fan likes it. And I can't say that because of the Isak situation. I also have to mention the Wissa situation and him going to Newcastle. I don't like what the players have done when they refuse to play for their clubs and having a contract behind them whilst being paid by the football clubs. No, it's not a good look, and I don't like it. It's not a good look for football. But unfortunately, yes, you are, I think, because of those two getting the moves, particularly the Isak one, because that's been more high profile than anything I can ever remember, then players will look at that and think, well, if he or if they did it, then I can do it and I might get my move. And you're going to see more of that in the future, unfortunately.
Don't you think it needs to be sorted out more by the clubs, though? Because Isak's basically insinuating that he had a deal agreed, quote unquote. Wissa, again, alluded to the fact that they told him he could leave as well. But the longer it drags on, the worse it looks for the player and the clubs. So, of course, the player, or the club, should I say, has got priority because they have a contract. But surely they don't want to go until the end of the transfer market before they can get somebody in. It should be like, okay, what is your feeling for the summer? Are you signing a new contract? Yes or no? If not, we're going to replace you. If we can get our replacement in, you can go. If not, you're staying put. It's as simple as that. But it seems like the power has now gone to the player all of a sudden. And even I was saying about Isak, the fact that, Newcastle probably should just accept 120, 130 million. But why should they have to? They shouldn't.
Well, they don't have to, Micah. They don't have to.
I know, but it got so bad that the fact that you're going to have a player who's unsettled, he's probably never going to want to play for the club again. The fans have basically turned on him. So now they've basically forced the club's hand to say, we might as well get 130 million from him rather than maybe 90 million in January. It's just not a good look. I don't like it. It needs to be sorted out on both fronts, players and clubs.
I think a large amount of the problem is the fact that footballers are bought and sold. I mean, you don't get that in really any other walk of life, do you? You know, you're treated a little bit like, cattle or, but human beings being bought and sold, it's like a very strange thing. I mean, it's almost unique to football. Even other sports, it just works differently to that, doesn't it? So, I mean, it's something that we've become used to for so many years now. But actually, in reality, footballers should be allowed just to go wherever they want. It's there, if somebody, if you work in something else, in banking or something, and another bank comes in and says, you get headhunted, well, you go and work for them if you want to go and work for them because you might get a bigger salary or something like that. I just think we're so used to the way the football system works that we've become accustomed to it and we don't actually question it. So
there is a cooling off period though, isn't there? So say I was working for Morrison's and I was a CEO.
Yeah, you
couldn't
do
go
gardening
and work
leave.
for Asda the next month. You sort of six.
Yeah, you did a gardening leave, but you could do gardening leave in football. It'd be great because you could help. You could help with the pitch.
Where has this conversation gone? We've gone from talking about £130 million move to a football club, and now Mike is comparing it to fucking Asda.
Well, it's Asda Price. Asda Price. There you go, free advert for you. I did feel a bit for Mark Gay though, because he'd seemingly behaved admirably and didn't get his move. Now, I also categorically expect him to pitch up next week very stoically, probably remain captain. Now, if I were him now, I wouldn't try and get the move in January. I would now wait until the end of my contract, which is next summer, and go on a free, because they've used him a little bit. There's no question about that. I mean, to take it that far, to go almost on the brink. Well, he probably almost signed the contract, and then to be pulled back was tough on him. But he'll get a better deal for himself next summer, certainly financially. Who knows if whether Liverpool will still be in for him at that point. Somebody will, because he's a class act. And they also know he's a player they can trust as a human being. And I think that is very important.
No, agreed.
And he's still only he's still just coming into his prime. He's only 25 years old.
Yeah.
So he'll be in great shape next year as long as nothing bad happens in the injury front.
Exactly right. Yeah. And I think it's a great shout out to him because and Eze. I mean, Eze got his move, but they both did things as professional as they possibly could. And I do feel for Mark Gahey that didn't work. But on the other hand, you're right. I mean, financially, he should benefit hugely from it. Hopefully, if nothing happens in terms of injuries for him this season.
Yeah. Right. Pick out a few of the. We've talked so much about Isak and Wissa, and Newcastle have got a couple of strikers in there now, Alan. So you should be all right. What stood out for you yesterday or the last couple of days, Micah? You can start. Which?
I was assessing the Donnarumma to Manchester City. With Trafford basically just going there. I didn't think that was going to happen. I thought it was just more rumours. I didn't think he was a Pep, quote-unquote, style goalkeeper with his feet. But in terms of shot stopping, that is a massive signing. Feel a little bit sorry for James Trafford because obviously Donnarumma's come as number one.
Ederson has gone.
Yes, Ederson's gone. Did he go to Fenerbahce in the end?
Fenerbahce, yeah.
Went to Fenerbahce in the end. And what a servant he's been. He took goalkeeping to a different level in terms of playing out from the back. But yeah, Donnarumma was a massive, massive signing. For PSG last season in Champions League, he was unreal. I remember a couple of saves against Arsenal in the Champions League that stood out
and
massively.
Against Liverpool in the Champions
League. And
Liverpool.
Liverpool as well, yeah. But that's the one that stood out to me.
I like Harvey Elliott.
I was going to say Harvey Elliott, yeah, and Kolo Muani, Spurs on loan. I think could be a decent buy loan for them as well. The Harvey Elliott ones. I think he's a really good player. I didn't know whether Newcastle mightn't try and get him in the deal that saw Isak go to Liverpool, but he's gone to Villa, so I think that's a good buy for them.
I think also it's good for Harvey. I think he was. Well, the player of the tournament, wasn't he? The Euros at the under-21s in the summer. He's very talented, but he needs to play, doesn't he? I thought he might just go out on loan, but I think they've got him for 30-odd million. That could result in being a really good buy. I think for me, of the ones that have gone out, the most notable, perhaps leaving the Premier League, Nicholas Jackson, who Bayern Munich have got with an obligation to buy at a total, I think there's a 14.3 million loan fee, but the obligation to buy at around total of 70 million, which is a good bit of business from Chelsea. I mean, they've done a lot at Chelsea.
Unbelievable,
They've brought in a lot of money. Nkunku, 36 million. Tyreek George to Fulham for 22 million as well. So, as well as players that have gone earlier in the transfer window. So no one buys and sells quite like Chelsea. It's a record for transfers out, a total of 300 million for Chelsea.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? Their business of what they do in terms of shifting players on and bringing players in. It's incredible. It really is.
Do you see? I like the Mark Guy. I think it is. Mark Guy, I think it is.
It's Guy now. We're changed again.
I think G or Guy. G or Guy.
He's gone back to Chelsea though, hasn't he? He's been recalled.
Yeah.
But that's probably because of the Liam Delap injury.
Yeah. And they tried to stop the Jackson. Jackson goes there. And then Mark Guy comes back to Chelsea, which I thought was quite interesting.
Fulham have done a bit of business, haven't they? They brought three in there and they spent a few quid.
Which they'd been very quiet throughout the summer, and then it all happened yesterday. They've brought in, we just mentioned Tyreek George from Chelsea for 22 million. Kevin, we've seen him for a few years at Shakhtar Donetsk, the Brazilian, 40 million quid. And Samu Chukwueze from AC Milan for 22 million.
Yeah.
So
decent business, I think, from Fulham.
Yeah, I think so. Let's take a little break and then we'll discuss some of the other transfers when we come back. Welcome back to The Rest is Football with Alan Shearer. Manchester United have brought in a goalkeeper, Sen Lamont from Royal Antwerp, who apparently made more saves than any other goalkeeper last season. That doesn't always mean what it sounds like it means. They might have just been a bad team at Royal Antwerp. For 18 million.
Young for the situation that he has to go into if he's going to go straight in there. That's going to be a big ask for him. I mean, what happened to the Emi Martinez deal? I don't know because he didn't play the other night, did he? So obviously he didn't get the move that he wanted. So that's going to be a big ask for a young goalkeeper to go in there and start and perform.
Yeah, he's staying at Aston Villa, isn't he, Emi Martinez, for now. Spurs, Xavi Simons, they brought in, who we saw in the Euros, obviously, is a talented individual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think exactly what they needed, to be fair, because he can play a variety of different positions. He can play on the wing, number 10, number 8. So that's a really good signing. Still young as well. I think he's only, 22, 23?
Yeah, he's still young.
He's still young, so he's got a chance. Spurs are looking good. But just sorry to go back, but you've not mentioned Newcastle, though. Newcastle signings. I know we had a little go at Vissa, but I'm telling you now. How do you pronounce his name, Gary?
Voltemada, apparently.
Voltemada is a player, and I'm not just saying it now. Me and Thierry he played in the 21s, but he played again in the game last season, and we was like, who is this guy? And he was only young. And then when they said Newcastle signed him, I was like, that is good business. I'm telling you now, he's got it. As long as he can adapt to the Premier League, he's big, but he's skillful. He can run, and he's got like a decent touch for a big man. I'm telling you, you're gonna be, of course, the price tag is going to be the one that everyone talks about. It's a lot of money for somebody so young, but potential-wise, he's very, very good.
Yeah. And the goals, the goals that Wissa will bring, because I think, am I right in saying he got 19 last season?
Yeah.
No penalties. So he's going to go into a team that hopefully create a little bit more. So, I agree with Micah. It's a big ask, the pressure that'll be on Voltemada to do that, because I think probably only had 7 or 8 months of really top flight good football. So to go from where he was, I know he's had a remarkable quick rise, so that's going to have to continue to happen at Newcastle, but potentially very good.
I think Nottingham Forest quite interesting. They brought in quite a few players from Botafogo. 4 in all. John Victor, striker, Igor Jesus, who we saw them play, didn't we, in the Club World Cup? They looked quite good. Defender Jair Cunha and the left back Cuabano, all from Botafogo in Brazil. Interestingly, Marinakis has been reported to maybe getting some kind of investment into Botafogo at some point. So,
and Zinchenko as well, wasn't it? They got Zinchenko in as well.
Yeah, Zinchenko from Arsenal on a season-long loan. What about the promoted clubs? Who's had a go there? Burnley. Tony, my obviously business partner, is desperate for us to mention. Florento Luis from Benfica. He says it's exactly what we needed. He said it's a loan, but with a mandatory buy at the end of the season for 24 million.
He play from Benfica? Exactly.
He's told me he's been on. He said he's a defensive midfield player. Exactly what we need.
He's just gone to YouTube and Googled him.
Correct.
When has he seen him play? We don't even see Benfica play. We don't get the rights. We can't see him.
He's still reeling from what happened to Burnley at the weekend. Leave him alone. Stop picking on him.
He is. Sunderland have...
they've had a right go, Sunderland, haven't they?
They've had a go
spent,
again, haven't they? I know. Brought in Mukiele from PSG, Brobbey from Ajax for 22 million, and Gitruida from PSV for a couple of million. So, added to the good start to the season, there might be a bit of hope at the Stadium of Light, Alan, which will please you.
What are you asking me for?
Come on now, just be nice.
It's your part of the world.
It's nice about Sunderland. I told you it's great to have Sunderland back in the Premier League, and they've had a great start. Well done, Sunderland.
I can't wait till Derby Day.
Me too.
Leeds fans are frustrated, Micah.
I'm gonna support Sunderland on that day just to wind you.
Oh, shut up.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry, Mike. I was saying that Leeds fans, of which you are sort of one, are a bit frustrated, apparently.
Yeah, because the manager kept saying he's going to bring some more. Obviously, they've got Calvin Lewin up front, who made his debut the other night. I think Leeds have looked really interesting, energetic, but they've sort of struggled a little bit. Nonto's been all right in spells. Dan James done all right with his pace, but been subbed earlier on. I thought they might have got someone in up top. I know they got Mecha didn't there as well, but it seems like there's something missing. So they'll be a little bit frustrated.
I want to pick out Everton signing Dibbling.
Yeah,
I like it. I think he's got a real talent. 42.2 million. I think you go, Dibbling, Grealish, Undai. I think I quite like the sound of that.
Starting to look good now, innit?
And they've had a good start as well. So really good win at the weekend as well. So
Dewsbury Hall as well.
Yeah.
Dewsbury Hall
as well.
He's
One of our
played
own.
well.
One of our own. Leicester. It was for a little while. Okay, well, we'll see how the players settle in over the next few weeks. Don't forget, of course, it's international break first. Yesterday, I spent quite a long time with Roy Hodgson, so we'll get that episode out to you, or probably split it into two because he gave us a great deal of time, and there's much to discuss with
Roy,
his extraordinary career.
He's brilliant,
He
Roy.
is brilliant.
Did you ask him why he didn't take me to the fucking Euros?
I think that's why Alan said he's brilliant.
That was one of the great things about Roy. Actually, he knows a player or two, and he knows when to pick and when not to pick.
Yeah. And to be perfectly honest, Micah, given the fact that you've not turned up for the last two episodes prior to this, we're actually wondering whether to take you to the World Cup next summer or not. Brilliant. That's it for this episode. We'll get the Roy Hodgson one to you on Friday, so look out for that. But for now, goodbye from me.
Goodbye from me.
And goodbye from me.
Simon, when you look at it, Newcastle's transfer window, I was in touch with club director Jamie Rubin last night, Simon, who's over in New York, and he came back with it's been a very long window, feeling delighted to have the team now in a really strong position, competition in every position and in a healthy financial state. He says, I believe this is a transformational window and we are really pleased with the players we have got in. Of course, in comes Wolfamada and in comes Wissa, but out goes Alexander Isak. This transformational window, Simon, can it be framed as a success for Newcastle United?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Wissa is okay, isn't he? I mean, I don't think he's a wonderful player. He's 29 years of age. They paid £55 million for a 29-year-old. Or he's about to become 29 in a day's time. The boy that they bought, looks a good player. Is he a German player?
German player, yeah.
Looks a good player. And Alanga's a decent player and had a great season. He wasn't great at United for a period of time, but he was great at Forest and really came alive there. So it's interesting to see what Eddie
Hal would think about it, and clearly these are players that he wanted. The big loss is Isak. Isak is, whatever we think of him as his behaviour has exhibited over the last 2 or 3 months, is a Rolls Royce of a player. So you're losing that and gaining what you yet to be determined. We've seen what Wissa is. He's okay. So they've done okay there. They've paid a lot of money for an okay player that will fulfil the role that maybe Callum Wilson has vacated to some extent.
Yeah.
But the main guy is the German guy they built, and we've yet to see him. Now, when we were asked about Isak 3 years ago from Real Sociedad, what would people have said then? They would have said,
"Oh, true."
So we've got to give this guy some chat. I mean, Eddie Howe has done a brilliant job at Newcastle. He's been a brilliant coach for them. This has been a difficult period, but life's full of challenges, isn't it? There's much greater difficulties outside of football that people have to contend with rather than a player wanting to leave. And we'll see what Newcastle do this season, because they've got a fire on a number of fronts, haven't they?
They have. When you look at Newcastle's statement regarding Isak's departure, short and sweet comes to mind. Newcastle United can announce the sale of striker Alexander Isak to Liverpool for a significant British record transfer fee. We know it was 125 million. The Sweden international joined the Magpies from Real Sociedad in 2022 and made 109 appearances in all competitions. Full stop. That was it. This was Isak on arrival at Liverpool.
Well, Alex, it's done. You're a Liverpool player. Can you describe how you're feeling right now?
I feel amazing. It's been a long journey, to get here. But I'm super happy to be a part of this team, this club, and everything it stands for. It's something I'm proud of, and I'm really looking forward to.
Why was it Liverpool for you? Why were Liverpool the club you wanted to join?
I think it's a mixture of what the club is building, but what they're building on top of what the club already is and the history of the club. So I think just me getting the chance to be a part of this, and I want to create history. I want to win trophies. That's ultimately the biggest motivation for me, and I feel like this is a perfect place for me to grow even further and to take my game and to next level and help the team as well.
Finally, they have been waiting for this moment. What would you say to Liverpool fans watching this interview?
Just that I'm so happy that I'm finally here. Can't wait to get back out there, and hopefully we can share some amazing moments together.
So that was Isak. Sounded out of breath, didn't he? That was him on arrival at Liverpool and saying what we'd expect to hear from a player who's just joined a big
I doubt
club.
he knows much about Liverpool's history, but what he does know about is their present, which is that they are the Premier League champions and arguably the best team in the country right now.
Yeah.
And the team that needed a centre forward. So I would suspect that if Man City had been in situ and the Premier League's champion and wanted to buy him, didn't have Erling Haaland, he might have gone there. The fact is, Liverpool had the need. Liverpool had a centre forward requirement. Some might say they filled it with the other player that they bought, but Isak is a Rolls Royce. So we'll see how he does.
Yeah.
I mean, he's coming in with a lot of expectation, a huge price tag, and people will say, "Oh, it's not his fault, the price tag." Okay, well, that gives him a get out of jail. Let's make sure he performs. Let's make sure he's held to the highest standard possible, because he's executed and created and curated the situation. No excuses. This is a £125 million footballer, straight in the side, straight into scoring goals, or be judged by that.
Judge this for me. Newcastle's behaviour in this window. The first bid for Wissa went in from £25 million to a deadline day capture of £55 million.
Yeah.
They had a £35 million bid turned down by Brighton for João Pedro. Went back in with £50 million, but the forward went to Chelsea. There was a £70 million bid for Ekitike. He went to Liverpool. Yeah. There was a £70 million offer for Benjamin Sesko. He chose Manchester United. There were two bids for Jørgen Strand Larsen, another player who told his club Wolves that he wanted to leave, but it never materialised. Newcastle end the window with Wissa, Jacob Ramsey, Malik Thiaw, Volta Mada, Anthony Elanga and Aaron Ramsdale.
Well, I mean, they wanted Visa from the get-go, didn't they? They just didn't want to pay anything more than they felt they had to. I mean, and again, all these so-called deal makers out there that know how to do deals that have never done in their lives would suggest that you just go in there and pay the price. Okay, they got the player in the end, right? The player gets to look bad. I mean, if they'd have gone into Brentford and bid 55 million quid on day one, what do you think Brentford would have done? They would have said, we want 65 million quid.
Sure.
So the point is that you can't do right for doing wrong. They achieve the outcomes that they achieved. You cannot compete. This is the unfairness of the current landscape of football, which is, what can Newcastle do to upset the apple cart? What can Newcastle do to upset the legacy football clubs, to destabilise the grip that the big six have over English football?
Yeah.
What can they do? Well, they can't buy their way into that position, as the other clubs have done. They can't rely on the history that's catapulted the teams like Liverpool through the 70s and 80s and 90s, through a barren period of not winning the Premier League for 30 years, to being back now amongst the clubs that are dominating European and English football. What can Newcastle do? They can't do a lot, can they? They can't buy that success. They've got to wait. They've got to build it organically. They've got to buy the best players they can and take incremental steps. And that's the unfairness of the situation that Newcastle find themselves in, because they've got an ownership model, albeit a relatively compliant ownership model that's not ruffling any feathers. They're spending money, but they're losing out to the legacy clubs. I mean, United still have their lustre, still have their images. I mean, if I were a player, would I go for United or Newcastle United? I don't know. I'd speak to both coaches. And if I spoke to both coaches, I think I know which coach I'd go and play for.
Yeah.
Eddie Howe.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is that they have their lustre. Chelsea, I've got such a reputation over the last 25 years because they were allowed, with due respect to them as a football club, to inject vast amounts of money to manufacture outcomes out of one man's wishes.
Right.
Not out of the organic growth of Chelsea, because they were the peacocks of King's Road.
Isak is away to play for Sweden against Slovenia. Then he'll be back, no doubt be on the bench for Liverpool's first game. Maybe. Who knows? How does Isak and his agent come out of this?
Well, you've got some quotes from his agent, sort of Socrates, Plato-like philosophies that he's giving us there.
Well, I may as well bring it to where Vlado Lemic, Alexander Isak's agent, just asking him for a comment this morning, does he want to join us? He's come back with a very short quote. It's nice when you have someone to be with, but it's even nicer when you know who you'll never be with again.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be welcome to Newcastle pretty soon.
Discuss.
Well, he's having a poke at Newcastle, I suspect. That'll enrage the Newcastle fans even further. I mean, the one flip side is they probably haven't got to deal with him again. How do they come out of it? I mean, you talk about Newcastle's statement. What are Newcastle supposed to say? They were called liars and disingenuous by a player. They were weak and didn't fill the vacuum, and they allowed this to get out of hand. And they could have controlled this narrative much better and controlled the player's mind much better. And maybe the player would still have been a bit difficult, a bit tricky, but it wouldn't have been this running soap opera with he said, she said. They would have nipped it in the bud. And I don't like that, because they've allowed the oxygen. In the end, they've sold the player. In the end, they've got somewhere between what they wanted in an ideal world that was never really there. If they weren't going to get Liverpool to 150 million quid, but they got Liverpool to 125. So they met them halfway. Somehow they got another 5 million out of a solidarity payment, whether Liverpool are paying that solidarity payment to another football club on behalf of some sort of obligation, or whether it's a loyalty payment that the player has so graciously waived to get what he wanted. Of course, I can't quite imagine why any loyalty payment would be prevalent besides the contractual situation, which he's chosen to break.
Sure.
By refusing to work.
Sure.
So I'd imagine that's an easy gimme. You ain't getting that loyalty payment, sling your hook. But I think that at the end of the day, it all becomes chip paper. And now you've got to hold this player to the highest. He should be given no dispensation, no football platitudes, no football crap orthodoxy. He's got to settle in. He's a top footballer. He wanted this move. Hit the ground running, judging by those standards.
Yeah, let's see what you're made of. Newcastle United fans, how are you feeling this morning about this transformational window that it's been dubbed by one of your directors? Because Alexander Isak, whether you liked it, whether you didn't, he's gone. 125 million quid. What's your take on it all now that he has gone? Is it good riddance? And what about